Boker Tov, Shana Tova. Thank you for being here on time, just like you are for therapy, which in a way is what this is. Right, my friend? You don't like it when you're late for yoga. We're right on time. Friends joining us online from home, in Israel and in Canada, California, and in Brooklyn and elsewhere. Welcome. Bruchim habayim. For the next 45 minutes, we are on the treadmill. This is our version of cardio. We're opening our hearts. Thank you, ushers, for helping people come in. And I ask that we remind people to come in quietly, to find our seats quietly. Hi, Jamie. Welcome. And so our first kavanah, our first page in our prayer world together, and the first slide of this day is Hareini mekabel alai et mitzvat habore ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. In our mystical traditions, we have been taught every time we gather, every time we come together, every time we begin a sacred moment, alone or together, this is the kavanah, the intention. This is what you're putting in your GPS. I want to invite you, friends, to invite yourself to think of what is your intention today. Maybe there will be many. This one says, I choose to embrace the golden rule, the divine commandment, ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. In love we trust. What does it mean to me today? How do I want to love? And we're going to do a lot of singing together, so this is also vocal cords warm up. Good morning, John, Stuart, Larry, Karen. I'm not going to name everyone. I'm going to shame you right away. So as we begin this day of atonement of Yom Kippur, possibly non-caffeinated, which kind of sucks, I will not lie. We're here to figure out a new way of being in the world, maybe minus some of the trappings and the comforts and the scaffoldings that help us show up every day. So minus those resources, we find a stronger source, a resource within. So let's begin with this intention. What are you taking on today to grow and glow inside? What does it mean for us today to come together into sanctuary? What does it mean for us to be a sanctuary, a mikdash? So this is borrowed from our friends in the Christian world. I think, Marcus, you said this comes from evangelical background?
Yeah.
Well, with love and appreciation, slight appropriation, and retranslation, we want to invite ourselves to already change the words of this original hymn from Lord, prepare me, to, as Shira taught us last night, and as we are leaning into our theme this year, what are the metaphors with which we can be one with all that is, that feels authentic, that feels like something we can love. So we're going to sing this for a little bit. And I want to invite us to think of, in what way am I a sanctuary? What's in my sanctuary? What can I do today to be more of a place of love? Close your eyes if it feels good. Hum. Dance in any way feels right.
Prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving will be a living sanctuary for you. Prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving will be a living sanctuary for you. Love, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I'll be a living sanctuary for you.
What does it mean to build a sanctuary? In Hebrew, the word is mishkan or mikdash. It's a container for the sacred. And Lab Shul, as you know, is pop-up, which means we don't have a single building that is designated as the temple. And I know that those of you invested in our well-being are relieved, because that's one major item off our budget every year. So when we come here in our pop-up temple, we are the sanctuary. The breath we breathe, the smiles we smile, the voices that we raise, our bodies and our minds become a sanctuary. And these are the moments during this morning of Yom Kippur when we are still adjusting, coming in, getting organized. So thank you for being here as the builders of the sanctuary. And folks joining us online, you too are part of this sanctuary. Thank you for welcoming us inside your living rooms, maybe bedrooms. If you're in your pajamas right now with a cup of tea, well, good for you. We are a little jealous. But we are here now. So let's sing this one more time and take a look around. Perhaps grab the eye of someone you don't know, sitting in front of you, behind you. Make sure we don't feel isolated. Let's co-create this shrine, this holy being together, with our voices, with our eyes.
Love, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving will be a living sanctuary for you.
The real temple this morning is our body. For those of us undertaking this fast seriously, this is one of the oldest ritual technologies on the planet, practiced by so many cultures. To fast is to take responsibility for what I eat and what I drink and when and why. To be responsible for the intake, not just of food, but also of thoughts. To reflect on how much junk food I eat daily. And I don't just mean what goes into my mouth. So the fast is a way for us to fast forward to the person that I want to be if I had more agency and more responsibility every single day. And we begin by taking on this commitment to love, this commitment to building a safe sanctuary, and for honoring our bodies, for all the ways our bodies work so hard every day, often without a thank you note, for making us alive. One of the ways we do it in our tradition is with a talit, a prayer shawl, that some of us are already wearing, and some of us today might not wear an actual fabric. But those of you who have one, and those of us who don't, I'm going to invite us all right now to wrap ourselves with a second skin, with an embodiment of being present. The talit is literally a sacred piece of fabric because we've made it so. Mine is for these days. It says on it in Hebrew, "V'hit'atef alai nafshi et HAVAYA zacharti." When I wrap myself with my soul, I remember Everpresence. I remember being here now. So I invite you to both wrap yourself with a real or imagined security blanket inherited from your ancestors like a hug, and use this moment for a shoulder roll. A little stretch. You can rise or do it in your seats, and folks at home the same. But here's how we're going to do it. Stretch your hands in front, holding a beautiful wrap, your second skin, and then in slow motion, over it. Feel that roll. Feel it over your shoulders like a mantle, like a cloak. And give yourself a hug as we are wrapped in extra intention. We're here today to do the work, to honor our bodies and our souls, to grow. So let's say this bracha as we gather together. Baruch atah HAVAYA Eloheinu ruach haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu להתעטף בציצית. In the presence of the infinite, we treasure this tradition as we wrap ourselves in these sacred fringes. I know there are some of the B-mitzvah tweens and teens in our community this morning. And some of you will be wearing your talit for the first time in a few weeks or months. So this is good preparation. You feel embodied? Hopefully we'll work on that all morning long. You might know by now that in the Lab Shul community we don't use a prayer book, and we also like to rebrand God in ways that some people like. Some people don't. We're figuring it out. Thank you for your frank feedback. But one of the ways we're trying to make it everybody friendly and accessible is by reducing the morning liturgy to 4 main words that you have heard or seen before, although some of you are with us for the first time. So all you need to know is thanks. Begin the day with gratitude. Wow. Lean into wonder and amazement. Oops. We'll do a lot of that today. What am I taking responsibility for that isn't working for me, that isn't working in the world? And please, can I ask for help? Which is so hard for us to do. So we begin in our cardio track this morning on this treadmill, opening our heart to gratitude. The words we say when we wake up. So I want to invite you, what is on your thank you list this morning? Who is on your thank you list this morning? Try and come up with at least 3 specifics. And we might share some in a moment so we can all learn from each other how to be grateful in a grand way. And let's sing this together. If you can't hear the person sitting next to you singing, you're not singing loud enough. Modeh ani lefanecha ruach chai vekayam. Modeh ani lefanecha ruach chai vekayam. Shechizat bi nishmati bechemla Rabba Rabba emunatecha modani invite you to notice your breath. We forgot to do that. We forget to do that. Let's start with gratitude for breathing. And let's continue with gratitude for having a voice, having a body, having the ability to show up. Ruach Chai V'Kayam is an acknowledgement that there is breath, alive, enduring, without which we would not be here today or any day. When was the last time you said, "Thank you, breath"? Take a couple of deep ones. Let's keep on playing. Modeani lefanecha uachai vekayam. Modeani lefanecha uachai vekayam. I feel gratitude for seeing you here, for this community that keeps coming together and growing year after year. Thank you for being here. And I want to invite us to share some of our thanks this morning, as specific as you want to be without being cringy. What's on your thank you list this morning? Let's hear it. Being able to walk. Seconded, yes, Janie, for recovery. What else, Stuart? For health, taken not for granted. For friendships, enduring and new. For mental health and all the ways we manage and support each other. For grandchildren, for children, for grandparents and, Aliza, for being a sandwich of generational love, this privilege. For music, rock on. For humor, always. For nature, all of it. For the ability to learn and grow. For the subway. And for that matter, all forms of transportation, including flights. We made it here just on time. What else? For love, always. Puppies. I'm glad no one's saying cookies, because that would be cruel. But cookies too. Opera singing? Oh, I thought you said opera singing, Jeff, which I would not have been surprised by. But yes, democracy and good opera when we can get there. Whisper to each other. What else is on your thank you list? It might be private. Whisper to yourself. Someone, something that is really worthy of a thank you, post-it or note today. We're going to sing this one more time with all the kavanah, all the intention. And please, please don't forget to thank yourself for all the ways in which you show up. It isn't always easy.
תביט נשמתי בחמלה רבה רבה אמונתך
One more word about this prayer of Modeh, Moda Ani, that does indeed show up as the first thing to say when you wake up in the morning. Before you reach out for your phone or coffee or each other, before you even pee, you are supposed to say Modeh Ani. So say the sages. Begin the day with gratitude. And whether you believe in God or nature or the opera or democracy, in all the ways in which we keep co-creating these metaphors, in this poem, the word of gratitude is bechemla. We wake up in the morning and we open up our eyes, and that is thanks to compassion, empathy, chemla. We do not take it for granted. So on this Day of Atonement, which is the dress rehearsal for our death, in which we take every second, if we can, more seriously, so we can do that during the other 364 days of the year, I really want to invite us to keep coming back into gratitude and into compassion, into chemla. So we do not take this life for granted. And to heat us up a little more, because it is a rainy morning out there, I want to invite us to do one more thing together, which is a little on the wild side. Can I see a nod if you're into it? A way to really appreciate life?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. So in the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, which was compiled in the 16th century, this prayer is referenced as that first thing you do in the morning. And then Rabbi Yosef Karo, the guy who wrote it, says, and also, when you get up in the morning, pretend that you're a lion. And you are going to roar like a lion to greet the day. Seriously. Now, I don't do this often. And some of you have done Jew 101 with me. Right, Mallory? I think we've done this. It's actually kind of a good practice to like really get that exhale out and get your vocal cords go and be a little silly and pretend we're in the zoo. So you don't have to be a lion. You can choose to be, I don't know, a wolf, coyote, fox. Any other animals here this morning? Okay, you know what it is. So we're going to like take a deep breath and do a little primal animal screaming here and freak the kids out because they're in the tent outside. But maybe the divine source within us will wake up to our animal self. Oh! How weird was that? Okay, well, welcome to our zoo this morning. I'm not making this stuff up. It says so in the holy books. When you wake up in the morning, pretend you are a lion. Start the day with a roar. Greet your maker.
All right.
Wake up. We might do more of these, just saying. But for now, another way to wake up is poetry. And Ben chose an exquisite poem.
And
to get this day going.
I think it flowed very seamlessly, Rabbi Amichai. It's almost as if you planned it. I want to share a poem with you that is untitled. Perhaps the title of it, the deep, essential title of it, will come to you as you hear it, by someone named Donna Markova. I will not die an unlived life. I will not live in fear of falling or catching fire. I choose to inhabit my days, to allow my living to open me, to make me less afraid, more accessible, to loosen my heart until it becomes a wing, a torch, a promise. I choose to risk my significance, to live so that that which came to me as seed goes to the next as blossom, and that which came to me as blossom goes on as fruit. I want to invite you to consider what's come to you as seed this past year that might go on to blossom this next. What's come to you as blossom that might go on as fruit. And at the end of the fast, what's come to you as fruit that might be deliciously savored as we move fully into this new year.
So let's delve into Shiviti. I love the line in this poem. I choose to risk my significance. To loosen my heart. To inhabit my days. So those of you sitting here with us who were here with us last night, and maybe you were also with us on Rosh Hashanah, and maybe you were with us last year, and maybe you were with us years before, because we've been doing this for well over a decade. You will recognize or get to know this mantra, this poem on our screens. So a gentle reminder or a new perspective. Shiviti HAVAYA lenigdi tamid is the Jewish bumper sticker, the Jewish reminder to be present. It hails from the Psalms. It's been developed by the poets and the mystics. In many synagogues, it hangs above the place where the cantor or the rabbi stands, so that's what you see when you lead prayer. There's a Shiviti hanging underneath our barrel ark for all of us to look at as a visual reminder that we are part of something bigger. And we added other Shivitis this morning. Right next to the Shiviti is the sign that says democracy in English, Hebrew, and Arabic, as a reminder of the divinity of human worth and dignity that so many of us are fighting for. And on that other side, next to the candles, we have the piece of art that has been with us for so long, that reminds us that Black Lives Matter, as we create a sanctuary of dignity with and for all. So what does Shiviti HAVAYA lenigdi tamid means on this year, on this day, on Yom Kippur, when we are focusing not just on the first word, Shiviti, be present, but also on the second word, HAVAYA, which we translate as ever-presence, which is a new name or a nickname for the divine, ineffable name. These are waiting for you in the lobby, and many of you already replaced the second word God with your own metaphor. The one I saw this morning says, inclusive we trust, which I really like. So I encourage us to fill these physically, and folks online, you can find them on our website and on our QR code. And speaking of the QR code, we're out of postcards, but out in the front, these little posters have this QR code that your phones, which we know you have with you, can easily scan to give you everything that's going backstage. Who's who, what's what, more things to read about HAVAYA and what is happening this year at Lab Shul. The beautiful artistry of Ra'anan Gabriel, our artist in residence, who'll be teaching this afternoon. The storytelling that we can't wait for. So use this to access more. But really all we need right now is what's in this room, what's right in front of you. Shiviti Havaya Lenigdi Tamid is an invitation to be present, ever present. I want to invite us to close our eyes, if you feel comfortable doing so, as we keep humming and singing this nigun, this tune. Feel what's inside of you and what's in front of you that wants to be seen today. What are you present for? Who is present with you? Feel your breath. Feel your heart. Invite your ancestors into this room today. Invite your fears and hold their hand. Invite your best intentions. What are you present with? What are you present for?
Shiviti Havaya Lenegdi Tamid Shiviti Havaya Lenegdi Tamid Havaya, 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 Havaya. Havaya, 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 Shiviti Havaya
Posters in the lobby that replaces the word God. I mean, you saw the one that says inclusive we trust. Somebody wrote in Adonai we trust. And I kind of took it personally. But seriously, these are just words with which we build the world. The ineffable, the mystery is so many breaths. So how would you replace the word HAVAYA today, which is just our way of saying Everpresence? What words are on your lips today? It could be Adonai. That is what we grew up with for so many generations. So I'm inviting you to shout out. What's a nickname or metaphor for mystery that's resonant for you right now, today? Source, unity, spirit, us, peace, ruach, darkness, love, tradition, intuition and tradition, connection, unity, kindness, infinite, understanding. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Shout them out. Whisper them. Nature, presence, entropy, and in other language you want. Hebrew, Spanish, Arabic, German, the language you grew up with. The language of your heart. Put all those words together, friends. These are the metaphors of our heart. Some of them we inherited. Some of them we are rebranding right now. The word HAVAYA is really just a way to exhale sound. I want to invite us, as more people are joining us, to just sing this word HAVAYA together as a placeholder for every single whisper that our tired hearts still know how to hold on to. And keep breathing. HAVAYA, 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 HAVAYA. the silence for a minute. If you're a meditator, you know what to do. And if you're not, just close your eyes and feel your breath come in and out. Feel the majesty of this moment that will never happen again. Avoid distractions. Feel your soul alive. Breathe in and out. Notice life come in and exit. And again, just come back to the breath. HAVAYA, 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 HAVAYA. With one more inhale, fill your lungs, your stomach, all your being with air. And exhale quietly. Let's take a look around. There are so many of us here than there were almost an hour ago. In person and online, we are here to live this life with love.
Slow down, child, slow down. Slow down, child, slow down. Slow down and listen to the all comes together, all falls apart, forming a body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, fire my spirit. Earth my body, water, air, fire. Earth, water, slow down, child, slow down. Slow down and you will receive. Life wants to meet you where you are, not where you think you should be. Slow down, child, slow down, slow down, and you will be sure. The love that was always lifting you up. You are never
Is this thing on? Oh, okay, great. Shana Tova and Gemar Tov. Welcome to Lab Shul's Yom Kippur 5784, back at Tribeca Performing Arts Center. We are so glad you've chosen to atone with us and begin a new year together. Get comfortable. If you are joining us online at your home, thank you for inviting us into your living room. First time to Lab Shul? So glad to have you with us. Not your first Lab Shul experience? Welcome back. We are an everybody-friendly, artist-driven, God-optional community, and we are excited to begin this new year together with familiar faces and new friends. If you are Jewish, Jew-ish, Jew-lover, believer, a questioner, curious, if you have ever felt marginalized or alone in any spiritual space, we've got you. And if you aren't really sure how you ended up here today, welcome. You're in the right place. We are in the presence of Everpresence, all of us together for this annual ride. We gratefully acknowledge the Munsi Lenape people on whose ancestral homelands we gather on this new year. as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. This is sacred space and sacred time. A little more housekeeping. Please take a moment now to mute all electronic devices, even if you're at home. Later on, feel free to use our LabShul hashtag, that's the number sign in case you didn't know, to celebrate the new year when sharing online. Please take note of all exits in case of an emergency. Many of us will be fasting throughout Yom Kippur, so please be mindful. We are beginning a new year together. Let's take a breath. Here we go. Shana Tova.
As we are seated, as some of us are just getting seated, we want to invite ourselves to consider being seated with a whole new level of gravity and gravitas. Feel what it's like to sit. Maybe a little bit taller. Feel your feet on the ground. We're sitting on a throne of majesty created by our imagination. Even in our God-optional experimental liturgy, we come back every year to this beginning of the day with this imagination of our ancestors to know that we are seated in divine image on the throne of being. Hamelech is masculine for king and sovereign, but it is our metaphor for each way all of us feel present in majestic being, simply for being who we are. Our friend Stefan is here to help us in a moment rise as royalty to this occasion. As Marcus, Jeremy, and all of us lead us into this tefillah, this conversation. Feel what it's like to sit, to be, to rise, connected to your most sublime and regal sense of being. Let's sit here for a few breaths, Feel your spine get longer. Feel your chin connect to gravity. Feel yourself sitting on a throne. Notice your breath in and out of your body. Feel your feet on the ground, connected to the earth, to your core. Feel your crown on your head, open to the heavens. Simply being, simply breathing. We are heirs. And we are heiresses. And we are here.
Shoken ad marom v'kadosh shemo v'chatuv ranenu tzadikim b'havaya la'yesharim navat tehila befi ישרים תתרומם ובצוותי צדיקים תתברך ובלשון חסידים תתקדש ובקרב קדושים תתעלה.
So I want to invite our friend and resident yogi today to help us sit and help us rise and be in our regal bodies. Thank you, friends. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to get going in the Barhu in just a minute, which is a body-bending tradition. And so we have to ask ourselves, why are we bowing down and what are we bowing down for? And those are lots of questions. It might be our parents, it might be our children, it might be the sunrise or the sunset or Everpresence, whatever it is, but I'm here for the technicality of how we bend, okay? So I'm sitting this way so that you can see my body a little bit more. And what I want us to do is we sit here regally, right? As we sit with our feet on the floor and our sits bones grounded in our seat, is to begin to move the pelvis back and forth. I just want us to rock forward and rock back. And as we're rocking forward and back, begin to breathe into this. So on our inhalation, we're lifting our heart. And our exhalation, we're coming forward. And as we inhale, we rise up. And as we exhale, we come forward. Because when we bow as much as we can in these seats, as much as our body allows us to. So some of us will actually bow from sitting down, and some of us will sit up, and we'll practice that in just a moment. So as we inhale, we lift our hearts, grounding from our feet. And as we exhale, we come forward, and see how far you can come forward over your legs. Inhale, rising up. Exhaling forward and down. And inhale, lifting up. Maybe we can get a little bit of breath in there if we could. Exhaling down. or even a heartbeat. Richie, you think you can hit us with a little heartbeat as we go. So as we inhale, we lift up. And as we exhale, we come down. We lift from our hearts, from the grounding of our feet. And we come all the way down with that exhalation. And so if our body allows, if the space and the chair and the people allow us to come all the way over the legs, can we come all the way over the legs through our center, right? Lifting from our heart, opening up to the day, and then releasing out over the legs, letting go, bringing ourselves into a humble place, bringing ourselves into a place of softness. Exhaling down, inhaling, rising. Inhale, we lift up, and then we come back over the legs. You're looking good. So let's try this standing up a little bit. So as we ground into our feet, let's pull those heels back a little bit. In order to lift up tall from our hearts, we're going to come forward, use our legs, use our quadriceps, lift up out of the seat from our heart. Standing really tall, find that majesty in our stance. So when we go to bow, when we go into this, let's think of bending at the knees, of hinging from the pelvis, so that as we come down, we bend our knees and then roll forward as much as we're able in the position that we are. So again, we bend into the knees, exhale over the body, releasing through the shoulders, neck, and head, and then gently lengthening up. And perhaps we want to stay down there for an extra breath. We bend down, releasing down over the legs, letting go into our back, letting go through the head and the neck. Truly humbling ourselves to all that is. And then as we're ready to rise up with our breath, rise up with our inhalation, lift up from our heart, come back into that majesty of our stance, the groundedness of our feet, the lift from our heart. I think we're ready.
We have risen. Thank you, friend. Thank you for letting us rise. I invite you to join us down. And all of us, if you have risen with this extra regal tenderness, let's stay standing. And when we sit back down again in a moment, with equal tender measure.
שלום ובורא את הכל. ברוך אתה הוויה אלוהינו רוח העולם יוצר אור וחושך עושה שלום ובורא את הכל. ברוך אתה הוויה אלוהינו רוח העולם יוצר אור וחושך יוצר אור וחושך יוצר אור וחושך יוצר
To pray these morning prayers, to see ourselves as a speck of dust that we are in this great universe. We're coming to understand, as we have in the HAVAYA way, that sometimes you just have to close one eye, and then you just have to close the other eye, and then you just have to open up your third eye into the ways of this universe. So we bring you the telescope of your third eye, the James Webb telescope, that you may transcend with us into the great, great, boundless ever-presence.
חמלה גדול ויתר רחמת עלינו. ברוך אתה הוויה ובוחר בנו באהבה.
We are chosen because we choose to live this life with love. And many of you who've been with us before and are with us now know that we choose to live our lives with love beyond the ancient boundaries we inherited, which is why this blessing we just sang, Habocher Banu Be'ahava, celebrates that all beings are chosen to live this life with love. And which is why when we sing the Shema, we sing for all those of us who are Yisrael, all those of us who wrestle with the mystery and what it means to be alive. And when we sing the Shema, in just a moment, we listen to each other's voices as we wrestle and as we invoke the mystery of atonement, being one with all our differences and all our unique ways of being chosen to live this life with love. So we again will share this Shema, this call to unity, reminding you that you can choose your own adventure here, invoking the divine name we inherited. You'll see it on this first slide, with a name that we inherited from our ancestors, Yud-Hey, Vav-Hey, I am that I am, recited as Adonai. Or choose another option for the metaphor. This next slide shows you how we've scrambled the letters of the holy name to mean another holy name. Not Yud-Hey, Vav-Hey, Yahweh or Yahweh, but HAVAYA, the word that means love in our original language. Whatever works for you, let us now chant together, hear each other, lean together into love.
ואהבת את הוויה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאותיך. You are
smack in the middle of the Torah. The central text of our people is this line that says, Ve'ahavta, and you will love. And it's a line that says, and you will love the sacred source. It is the same line that says, you will love each other. Ve'ahavta is the invitation to remember love is where and how we live. Not just with those we know already, and that which we love within ourselves, but beyond that. So we will sing this prayer now, this song, reminding us that we are the lovers of ourselves and of each other. Going to insert in that open line here as we sing to each other with this capital Y for the word you. You are my father, you are my mother, you are my friend, you are my pain, you are my longing, you are my future, you are my... I invite us to close our eyes and invite our souls to know who we are singing with and to right now. Please close your eyes. Don't be distracted as we are singing this. this invitation into love and in relationship. You are, you are.
And I love you. And I love you. And I love you. We are each other.
With words, we build worlds. And only our intentions are the ones who will get us where we want to be. As we gather here this morning, I want to invite you to invite your intention here with you. What are you here to do? What are you here to be today? It is so easy to be distracted, to forget why we are here in the first place. On this day, we are invited to be in alignment with our deepest aspirations, so we can be here for ourselves and for each other, for this planet, for this world. Wherever you come from today, whatever you are coming with, beliefs and fears, baggage and damage, good days and bad, intentions and failures, a lot of judgment and convictions. We will now rise for this Amidah, a way in which we stand up, rise up for what we need to be better at being human, being better, being us. So we invite ourselves to be as possible, as least distracted. Friends at home and friends in here, let's be mindful of each other's presence. And let's be mindful of our own ever-presence, yearning on this day to be attended to be alive. As Stefan taught us, I invite us with as much elegance and slowness, if you are able to and want to, body, soul, let's rise.
אשר בקהל עם אשר עוזה הביאה וננות ועד מלפעלות האדום HAVAYA, sifatay, ליבי לפניך, הוויה צורי וגואל.
מסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמדת מבינים, אפתחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים, לכלות ולחנן פני רוח, רוח מלכי המלכים ואדוני אדונים. As we enter this Amidah, we call upon our ancestors. We call upon our parents and our grandparents. We call upon our great-grandparents. We call upon our bloodlines and upon our DNA. We call upon our teachers and our elders. We call upon the ones we knew, the ones we don't. We call upon the wisdom of the generations, going all the way to our tribal ancestors, the ones we know by name, the ones we don't. We call upon the wisdom of the generations to be with each of us, with each and every one of us right now.
Baruch atah Havaya Eloheinu Eloi avotenu v'imotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak ve'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Elohei Bilha, Elohei Zilpa, Ha'el Hagadol, Hagibor v'Hanoah, El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim, Nekoner HaKol, V'zocher, חסדי אבות ואימהות ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם למען שמו באהבה. זוכרנו לך רוח חפץ
ברוך אתה הוויה, מגן אברהם ועזרת שרה.
On this day in which we contemplate our lives, we are aware of the gift of life that is not ours to give, but ours to keep and ours to nurture. Whatever our prayer is today, it is to live another day and make sure we and everyone we know and love and those we don't know and maybe we don't love get to live another day and many more with dignity and health, with rights, with pleasure, with freedom, with joy. Whatever we are praying for today, we pray, we ask, we beg, we dream, we yearn for life.
אתה גיבור לעולם הוויה, מחיי כל חיי אתה להושיע, מועיל אתה. מחיי חיים בחסד,
Insert your own prayer here for what you really need today, so that today, this year, you'll be the best that you can ever be, for your sake, for our sake, for all of this. make space for the best sense of ourselves we want to be this year with help from our higher source or from each other. We need to make some space to let go, to let rid of some of our guilt and baggage. So we will say vidui together, our public confession, for some of what we know and some we don't, that is on our hearts, how we have missed the mark, and from last Yom Kippur to this one did not do and be the ways we want to be better. We hold our heart with each of these alphabetical reminders, and I invite us all to come up with our own list. Only each of us knows what is really weighing on our heart. So we can say, that's what I'm dealing with, and this is how I'll do what I can to repair.
אלוהינו, אלוהי אמותינו ואבותינו, תבוא לפניך תפילתנו, ואל תתעלם מתחינתנו, שאין אנחנו זפנים, לא לפניך, הוויה אלוהינו, אלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו, צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו, אבל אנחנו ואבותינו ואמותינו
חטאנו.
אתה יודע זה עולם ותעלומות סתרי כל חי הטוב חופש כל חדרי בתים ובכן כליות אין דבר נעלם ממך ואין נסתר מנגד עיניך ובכן יהי רצון מלפניך HAVAYA אלוהינו ואבותינו ואמותינו שתסלח לנו על כל חטאותינו ותמחה לנו על כל עוונותינו ותכפר לנו על כל פשענו
על כולם אלוהי סליחו, סלח לנו, מחל לנו, כרמל לנו.
על חטא שהתנו לפניך באונס וברצון,
For missing the mark in times of crisis or calm,
ועל חטא שהתנו לפניך באימוץ הלב.
and for missing the mark by hardening our hearts,
על חטא שהתנו לפניך בבלי דעת.
for missing the mark thoughtlessly,
ועל חטא שהתנו לפניך בביטוי שפתיים.
and for missing the mark with empty words,
על חטא שהתנו לפניך בגילוי עריות.
for missing the mark with sexual harm,
ועל חטא שהתנו לפניך בגלוי ובסתר.
and for missing the mark secretly or publicly,
על חטא שהתנו לפניך בדעת ובמרמה.
for missing the mark with purposeful deceit,
ועל חטא שהתנו לפניך בדיבור פה.
and for missing the mark with the words of our mouth.
For missing the mark by taking advantage of friends,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בהרהור הלב.
and for missing the mark with cruel thoughts,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בבעידת זנות.
for missing the mark by abusing ourselves,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בווידוי פה.
for missing the mark with unkind speech,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בזלזול הורים ומורים.
for missing the mark by disrespecting parents and teachers,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בזדון בשגגה.
for missing the mark with carelessness,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בחוזק יד.
for missing the mark by abusing of power,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בחילול השם.
for missing the mark by desecrating the divine spark in all.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בטומאת שפתיים.
For missing the mark by defiling our lips.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בטיפשות פה.
And for missing the mark with foolish gossip.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביצר הרע.
For missing the mark with malicious inclinations.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביודעים ולא יודעים.
And for missing the mark knowingly and unknowingly.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכחש ובכזב.
For missing the mark by lying and cheating.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בחברת סוחר.
And for missing the mark with bribery.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בלצון.
For missing the mark by mocking others.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בלשון הרע.
And for missing the mark by slandering others.
שחטאנו לפניך במשא ובמתן,
for missing the mark with indulgence and excess,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך במאכל ובמשתה,
and for missing the mark with gluttony,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בנשך ובמרבית,
for missing the mark with greed,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בנטיית גאון,
and for missing the mark with uncontrolled desire,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשיח שפתותינו,
for missing the mark with procrastination,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בסיקור עין,
and for missing the mark by looking away from the poor,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעיניים רמות,
for missing the mark with arrogance,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעזות מצר,
and for missing the mark by being rude.
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפריקת עול,
for missing the mark by behaving irresponsibly,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפלילות,
for missing the mark by breaking the law,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בצדיית הרע,
for missing the mark by harming our friends,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בצרות עין,
for missing the mark by having a narrow perspective,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בקלות ראש,
for missing the mark by not fully embracing the gift of life,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בקשיות עורף,
for missing the mark by stiffening our neck,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בריצת רגליים להרע,
for missing the mark by running to do evil,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ברכילות,
for missing the mark by gossiping,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשבועת שווא,
for missing the mark by fraud and falsehood,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשנאת חינם,
for missing the mark by hating,
על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד,
for missing the mark with hypocrisy,
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימהון לבב,
and for missing the mark consciously or unconsciously. בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסת רבה. יא אליי, 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 יא אליי, 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 יא אליי, אליי, נזכר ונתחתן לפניך, אנחנו בכל המחנה ישראל, לחיים טובים, לחיים טובים, לחיים טובים ולשלום.
I'm singing at a funeral tomorrow for a kid a year older than me. I've been talking to his dad. Makes me so sad when I think too much about it. I can't breathe. I have this dream where I'm screaming underwater while my friends are waving from the shore. And I don't need you to tell me what that means. I don't believe in that stuff anymore. When I was a kid, I thought God lived in a log cabin in the sky. I really did. And it was spare. A little wooden chair by a window, no pane glass, just open to the clouds. It was windswept and lonely. I don't remember a bed.
Fun facts, when I was a kid, I had a huge crush on God. I called him Hashem, which literally means the name, and I would fall asleep dreaming of a world where we could get married.
Ooh, I wrote to God once. I asked for a pair of shoes. I hadn't gotten the hang yet of like big problems versus small problems, so I shot that one right up the ladder of command.
My dad raised me to really, really believe that Hashem loved me so much, and clearly I felt that love deeply.
And I did eventually get the shoes. My sister and I had a game we used to play in our backyard. Hands holding the trunk of a certain tree. We'd spin around once, twice, 3 times, and come out having landed in a world where it was perpetually always one holiday. It would be Hanukkah world or Halloween land. We never went to Yom Kippur land, but maybe today. The premise of this game, enter here. Take a trip in your imagination. Access granted. Magic is available to you.
One day, in my Orthodox Jewish elementary school, a teacher told me that people like us, simple people, couldn't serve Hashem out of love. We could only do it out of fear. But I love Hashem, I said.
Only the patriarchs can serve Hashem with love. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not you.
That night I fell asleep crying. Was I not allowed to love Hashem?
I was really into stories of Jewish suffering as a kid. Judaism was the first prism of otherness for me. Before I had language for being gay or queer, Judaism was the first way I understood myself as different.
For my bat mitzvah, I had a rollerblading party or whatever, but for the ritual, my family considered itself so feminist that I was allowed to read from the lesser scrolls, because in everyone else's family, the girls weren't allowed to read from anything.
When I had my bar mitzvah, the way I remember it, my theater teachers paraded into the synagogue looking like they had just come out of a Tim Burton movie, and all of my weirdo theater friends marched in right behind them. And I felt so supported that they were there. And in the next breath, I wondered, did they belong here? And what about me?
It just so happens that my bat mitzvah falls out around Tisha B'Av. So the lesser scroll I'm reading from is Eicha, Lamentations. So we have 4 or 5 older women who are my mom's age and are down to show up for this random girl's basement bat mitzvah.
Around that same time, I began to understand that I was gay and that wasn't going anywhere. And at the time, it felt like a death sentence.
So in the basement of a synagogue with 5 women who were down to hear a girl read from the lesser scrolls, we sat in a circle on the floor and read this super sad text.
I was like, okay, I guess I'll just be gay.
It just seemed very, it was very,
It was like, bummer, but whatever. You see, there wasn't overt negativity in my Jewish community about gay people. There was just this very potent silence.
It's this clouded memory. There's one person who I know was there, a kid in my grade. His mom taught me how to chant she recorded her voice, sent it to me, and that's how I learned.
Echa yashva badad.
The widow weeps in the night, bitter cheeks drenched in tears, no comfort nor friends, just betrayal and enemies.
I thought, I don't know if this part of me fits here. I'll just pick up my spiritual energy. I'll take it out of Judaism. I'll put it somewhere else.
1, 2, 3. And with that, I finally met people who were not Orthodox Jews. And I started to question what I believed in. Maybe this wasn't literally true? Maybe I wasn't trapped in a harsh cycle of intense obedience. Maybe I was free and there was no God. Maybe I don't have to believe in that stuff anymore.
It worked for me. I found glimmers of the sacred lots of places. I found it in a theater, in a warehouse party, in a grinder hookup, in a meditation class or a gospel song. I stopped even looking for it in a synagogue.
Free from orthodoxy, I was able to find the sacred. In college, I found feminist theory and performance art where I was able to remove my conscious thought and really allow myself to move how my impulses wanted. And it was beautiful. And at the same time, and yet,
Later,
I also found myself looking for it.
the name,
The magic.
a sense of the sacred in my own lineage.
In my own inherited tradition from my ancestors, there was something there.
Was there a way to unscramble the code? Could the sacred live there for me too?
Hi, Ben.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, y'all, looking for the sacred in your own tradition? Look no further. We have it here today, hopefully. Today, we're going to read from the part of Leviticus where the high priest enters the Holy of Holies. To get there, he walks through a door.
Behind the door, there's a curtain, and he pulls it back.
And faces the Holy of Holies, the place where the divine dwells.
He goes alone.
There's blood and smoke and mystery. It's this elaborate day-long ritual performance.
Nobody ever goes into the Holy of Holies except this priest on this day, and he comes out and pronounces the most sacred name of the divine on behalf of the entire community. Everyone falls on their faces. It's like very high drama. And I wonder, what if he chokes up? I wonder, what if he's in a bad mood that day? Or what if he forgets the name? I thought God was supposed to be this thing beyond all boundaries. How could a name possibly hold all of that?
Also, what if it turns out they were right, and you're not supposed to be there, and you walk in and God hates you?
Access denied. Do not enter.
The Holy of Holies.
Enter. I don't even know how to get there.
I don't know if I belong there. I was invited to read from the actual Torah today, and I still feel like I don't know if I'm allowed to.
You know what, Steve? I think some part of this story wants us to see ourselves in it.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Do enter, baby.
Do enter. Do enter.
In the universe, there are things that are known and things that are unknown.
And in between, there are doors.
Welcome to storytelling, everybody. This is our tradition where we take an ancient text and we retranslate it, reinterpret it for today. Not just today, Yom Kippur, but today, where are we in the context of the world, in the context of society, and how are all of us in this room going to retell this story in a unique way that only we could do right here, right now? Rabbi Amichai, would love to invite you up to share more.
So thanks for taking us backstage into your traumatic childhoods. Anybody else feels you spent your childhood in strange synagogue basements? Or feeling like access was denied? We saw that. On this day of Yom Kippur, the doors behind us are inviting us to open our hearts into the sacred mystery that our ancestors have grappled with for so many generations. Yes, once upon a time there was, we think, a high priest in Jerusalem. But over 2,000 years ago, that tradition has been discontinued. There is no temple in Jerusalem. There are no priests. But we still tell the story. And on this day, we will attempt to figure out, is access denied us, or do we find another way to enter? The Holy of Holies, that which is most sacred within ourselves. Maybe it's a basement of a synagogue, where there is a circle of old ladies lamenting old Jerusalem, or maybe it's a warehouse party, just like this one right now. So welcome to storytelling, where the ancient Torah meets our story, where the tradition, the oldest tradition of sacred storytelling becomes alive again. As many of you know, here at Lab Shul, we employ the art of storytelling, where we translate, interpret, adapt the Hebrew Torah, chanted and becoming today's script. There are quite a few of you with us this morning who have gone through storytelling training and have become mevinim, mavens, reviving the old tradition that died out. So today, Steve and Ben, our beloved storytelling trainers and teachers, will become the mavens. We'll also chant the Torah. There'll be one aliyah, an invitation for us to enter the story in a way that might mean something meaningful to us. We are both in Jerusalem, inside an ancient temple. We are right here in New York. We're in multiple places, inviting ourselves to enter the most mysterious, the most sacred and divine. It's not so easy to enter. We're not always allowed. As we open this Torah and enter the story together, I hope we figure out, what does it mean to enter? And what does it mean to come out, to exit, all as one? So we're going to invite our friends from the community to help us open this door into the sacred mystery, the curtain of the ark. Our friends from the Lab Shul board, new friends who just joined us, some who've been with us for a while. Thank you for being the ones who keep our doors open. We want to invite you all to rise if you are able to at home and here. We're going to sing the special chant 3 times to open the Torah. My friends. The spirit of economy, throw our kiss.
Okay, I'm holding the actual Torah. Haven't died yet. Okay, so in this moment, I want to invite anyone else who's felt like they were kept out, feels like they're not allowed, to come up here with me and reclaim your right to the sacred as I defiantly read from the actual Torah. If that's you, come on up.
If that's you, come on up. Steve says that's a sincere invitation.
It's true.
Running down the aisle, I love it. Run to the Torah.
We have a huge talit here, freshly steamed. If you ever felt like the sacred was a place where you were not allowed for any reason, whatever sacred means to you, whatever access was denied, Torah or otherwise, this place is ready for you. And let's wrap it all up, all around all of us. And folks, you can also just stand up in your seats if that's a calling that is speaking to you. And folks at home as well. We'll say this blessing, this bracha together.
Baruch et HAVAYA hamvorach.
Baruch HAVAYA hamvorach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch atah HAVAYA Eloheinu ruach haolam asher bachar banu im kol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah HAVAYA noten haTorah. Amen. I'm going to prepare you all for something. Thing number one, I'm Sephardic and I will be chanting in the Spanish-Portuguese melody. It'll sound different. But don't worry, it's allowed. I'm also going to really quickly join Ben to get myself back into the story, prepare myself to do this scary thing, and then I will return to the Torah, I promise. So, this is a good line I wrote for myself. Thank you all for helping me bless this moment. It's a big deal. Thank you. I really appreciate it. So in this scene, Ben and I are going to embrace our priestly selves and enter into that Holy of Holies.
Alone.
We're going to get close to that holy cloud where this sacred dwells.
But not too close.
Don't worry, there's a gold chain around your ankle, so if you die, they can pull you back out again.
Oh, great. There's a door in front of me. Behind the door, there's a curtain. Whatever God is, lives there. My job is to enter. Am I ready?
They told me not to enter. If I do, I'll die. And if I don't, I'll also die. So I die brave, or I die weak.
My job is to go into the Holy of Holies and to come out having faced the divine. What if I forget the words? What if the words never find their way from my heart to my throat? What if there are no words? I'm powerful.
I am frightened.
I'm frightened.
I am powerful. I'm the lilacs on your bedside table that were meant to die.
But are still somehow alive.
Everyone waits in silence outside.
I hear the wind of the high desert.
The beating of my own heart.
My footfalls on the inside of the tent.
I taste metal, iron, blood. והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בנעדו ובנעד ביתו, ושחט את פר החטאת אשר לו.
It's the day of forgiveness. I'm carrying my guilt with me. People are watching. I'm here on their behalf, and who am I? What part of myself do I have to cut off to be here?
ולקח מלוא המפתע גחלי אש מעל המזבח מלפני אדוני ומלוא חופניו כתורת סמים דקה והביא מבית לפרוכת.
I see the glowing coals reflected back at me in the moon of my fingernails, an embroidered curtain in my own hands in the dark. The earthy, sweet smell of incense fills me. I hear the sizzle as it burns. I feel the thick, rough cloth of the curtain. My job is to enter. I move behind the curtain. I can taste my own breath.
ונתן את הקטורת על האש לפני אדוני וכיסה ענן הקטורת את הכפורת אשר על הנידות ולא ימות.
And now I'm alone. Alone in the holiest place. It's dark and small and quiet. It's not anything like I pictured.
Soon the gates will close, but the window is still open for now. It's open and ready for the people who are waiting.
The incense burns, it gets so cloudy, I cannot find myself. Is the cloud God? Is the cloud covering God? There are so many layers dividing me from the sacred, dividing me from myself. Did I get too close to the fire? Am I still living? Am I dead?
They put their faith in someone to enter. And I entered and I'm still alive. By the way, if you haven't figured it out yet, there's a third door and it's for you.
Velo yamut, I will not die, I will not die, I will not die, I am here. Hineni, he'ani mima'as. נרעש ונפחד מפחד, יושב תהילות ישראל. Here I am, here I stand, destitute of deeds, terrified in the presence of great mystery. באתי לעמוד ולהתחנן לפניך על עמך ישראל אשר שלחוני, ואף על פי שאיני חדי והגון לכך, here I am ready to rise and plead for mercy on behalf of all these people who count on me to represent them. And I am unworthy. I want to bring something meaningful back from the Holy of Holies, but I can't. I forgot the name. I don't know what God is. I barely know myself.
My story is not that I had a loss of faith. My story is that I had faith, and I went to walk in the room, and they closed the door and locked it and kicked me down the stairs.
I entered to get closer to the magic.
I emerged to reclaim my right, to reclaim our right to the sacred.
I went into the Holy of Holies thinking I'd come out with a password, a surefire way to access the divine. I thought I'd unscramble the code. I thought I'd know something about what it all means, and all I seem to find is my own fears. Well, I think we better take a break and talk this out a little bit. Let's do the closing blessing on this Torah so we can get deeper into what this really means.
And let these wonderful people sit down.
We are here now, right here in the sacred spot
Thank you.
inside this room where it all happens. Thank you for coming up. You are invited. This is sacred access, and it's always yours and ours. So let's bless this moment in the story. We are all invited into this Holy of Holies. It's crowded together.
Baruch atah Havaya, Eloheinu ruach haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chaye olam nata betochenu. Baruch atah Havaya, noten haTorah.
to see a show of hands. Raise your hand if you ever found yourself shut out from something you really wanted to be a part of. Door closed, door locked, maybe. Access denied. And it could have been any number of things. Could have been a love denied, a dream job refused, a college you applied for, the promotion you believe you deserved. It could have been a sense of physical refuge inside yourself, a sense of peace and wholeness in your own body, a sense of being able to live out an inner truth that you knew deeply, but the world said no to. It seems like a lot of us have had some experience with access denied.
So here's my next question. What do you do? What do we do with a closed door? What do we do with access denied? Each of us has our own way. Is it fight, flight, freeze? Do we go around? Do we dig a tunnel underneath it? Do we paint over the door so we don't care anymore? Do we make our own? You know, there's so many options. And the main question is, how do you insist on your right to enter? So this is an opportunity for you to turn to your neighbor and talk and share a little bit about this. How do you insist on your right to enter? What do you do when access is denied?
I still sometimes have to like feel all my feelings first before I get to that place, but yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I was thinking of it. Yours were very, to me, very like literal, like when doors were shut, like entrances were shut. I think I was thinking of my
All right, let's gather ourselves to glean some of what was learned in this conversation.
Thank you all for coming back. I hope you had meaningful conversations. I'd love for, 2 or 3 people, if anyone wants to share, that would be really beautiful. I want to hear some more stories. Can anyone want to share? You can raise your hand. Right there. Hello. You, sir. You person. Wow, messed up.
So I think what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I heard you incorrectly, but I think what I'm hearing is that one way of responding to that door closed is to go inward, to check in with your own capacity and to check in with a sense of, do I want to be at this door? I think is maybe part of what I'm hearing you saying. Maybe I leapt a little bit, but have I heard you?
Yeah, yes. Great idea. Access.
So, in a way, this was actually quite illustrative of that, because what I was saying was when I have trouble accessing something, when you have that access denied moment, the barrier that's put up in front of you, for me, it's a function of ability, it's a function of capacity. And so whether it's interdependent and by working with others, or it's independent and comes from within, or as it most often is on a spectrum between those things, it's about changing capacity, expanding ability, becoming more than you were, opening up possibility until the barrier isn't a barrier anymore and it becomes a conduit that facilitates your access to the thing you're trying to enter rather than obstructing it.
Beautiful. What I heard from that was, how can we work to make the barrier be the path through? Does that sound, yeah, gorgeous, thank you. Does anybody else want to share? Yes. Thank you, right here.
For me, the barriers are inspirational. That's what gets me out of bed in the morning. Anything that I can't do, I want to do. And I find a way, or try to find a way. And I'm really only interested in the most difficult things to achieve. And when access is denied, that's when I really am inspired.
Beautiful. Let's see, 1 or 2 more people. I'm going to try to be able to see better. Let me see.
Third.
Hold on, I think we had someone back there who's been raising their hand for a while, and then we'll go back to you. Who?
I'm deferring to Steve.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yes, you. Wait for the mic. Use it. It's good for accessibility,
Yes,
as we
of
learned
course.
and remembered.
I was thinking, when I think someone has told me access is denied and thinking about these doors, I've realized that when someone says access is denied me, I will walk up to the door and see if it's really locked and try the doorknob. And I've realized that sometimes you need to wait maybe till people have stepped away from the door, or they don't expect you to just storm right up and say, "Is that really locked?" And that is what I have done.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, let's take one last one. Getting a lot of arrows pointing over here. All right, the mic's on the way. I want to hear you. The mic's on the way.
True story. I was in Jerusalem about 4 or 5 years ago, and I wanted to go to the Temple Mount. And at the Israeli army has people stationed all at every gate to make sure that us Jews don't get in. But there was one place that tour groups could get in. At a certain time, they would let non-Muslims up there. So I went, and I argued, and they said no. And I argued again, and they said something which you don't really want to hear. But then a couple of people said, "We have a pass to get in, and you can join us." So the guy went and said, "Oh, this guy, he's with us, but he kind of got lost and wanted to follow in, so he's with us." So they let me through. And I got to come relatively close to the Dome of the Rock. And then they said, "Okay, you gotta go." So I went.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
When we're talking about access denied, just of what we heard today, Yishai, your story, going to the door and figuring out if it's really locked, or as real as it gets, once upon a time there was a temple in Jerusalem that stood in one way or the other for 1,000 years. And in the temple was a room, the room where it happens, where access was denied to everybody 24/6 days of the year, and just one person was allowed inside one day, today, for just a minute. That was the high priest. A man, always a man, privileged, heir to a dynasty of priests, going all the way to Aaron, the high priest, of whose story we just read today. And that high priest was allowed inside with a gold chain around his ankle, lest he die when he encounters the mystery, of which we know nothing, except some fog and incense, and a word with which he would come out. And he would say that word, and everybody would fall on their faces, so they will not see his lips utter that magic word. We've lost that temple, and yes, today it is a sacred shrine to Islam, and Jews are allowed to go up to the Temple Mount for the sake of peace at certain times for certain prayers. That temple is no longer there. We are that temple. We get to be the high priest. We tell the story every year, and this year we are asking ourselves, what is your Holy of Holies? Where access is always available. You don't have to be a man. You don't have to be a high priest. You don't have to be Jewish. You don't have to be a lineage of Kohanim. You just have to be here and be ready to enter the Holy of Holies, where access is not denied if you are willing to enter. Are you willing to enter your Holy of Holies? To say no to the restrictions, like you did when they said to you, yeah, you don't belong here. What do you know anyway? Or when you said plenty times no. There is one story about one high priest who walked into the Holy of Holies. And when he walks in, you know what he saw? He lived to tell. He lived to tell that when he walked into the Holy of Holies, beyond the cloud of smoke, he saw a throne. And on the throne, he saw Akatriel, one of the names for the divine. You think we're the only ones who are making up names for the sacred? They did it in the Talmud too. Akatriel Ya is a divine name for the divinity that wears the throne, and he sees God and is freaked out because it's pretty freaky inside the Holy of Holies. And he is like, it's not you. And the figure on the throne says, yeah, bless me, my son. And the high priest says, shouldn't it be the other way around? Aren't you supposed to bless me? And the divine one says, Barcheni, bni, Barcheni, bless me. So Yishmael ben Elisha, the high priest, says, Yehi ratzon milefanecha, shichbeshu rachamecha et kaasecha. May it be a will, O source of all, that when you're angry, your compassion will be greater than your rage. And the divine being, so says the high priest, inside that hallucinatory moment of the high of holies, the Holy One just nodded the head with a crown and said, Amen. And since then, the Talmud says, when you enter the Holy of Holies, as we are invited to do today, that is God's prayer. May it be that my anger is comforted by compassion and will be less rageful and more loving because the door is open and access is not denied. So here we are in the Holy of Holies. I think we're ready to wrap this journey up.
So, I've heard and learned so much about different places that we want to enter, different Holy of Holies that we're seeking for, internally, externally, on the Temple Mount. And it just made me think about, I'd like to encourage everyone to not only think about where access is denied for us, but where is access denied for others? What other people are forcibly kept out of that land, or forcibly kept out that maybe it's our job to stand up for and make room for. So may we carry the strength to have entry where they say do not enter to us, and may we also have the strength to acknowledge those others who are not allowed entry.
I'm walking through the desert and I'm not frightened, although it's hard. I have all that I requested, and I do not want what I haven't got. So I went to the Holy of Holies, and I thought I was going to find this thing. I didn't. Or I'm not sure if I found it. I don't know if God was there, but I was there. I think I found me.
So, after giving up on finding the sacred in Orthodox Judaism and then finding it in art school, I was actually able to discover it in my own lineage. There's a whole history of forbidden spiritual leadership of women and the gender marginalized in Jewish history.
Some part of this story wants you to see yourself in it.
So now, I was falling asleep planting dream incubations based on the Kabbalistic practices of my ancestresses and ancestrexes who sat under trees.
And not only that, Steve, you recently got ordained as a Hebrew priestess. And because we have been talking about sacred names, I want to really relish introducing you with this full name. Is that okay?
Sure.
Because you took the title Kohenet Serach HaMekonenet Doreshet Chochma Uva'alat Chalom. The Greek doula, seeker of wisdom and bearer of dreams.
There are a lot of us out there, Kohanot, Hebrew priestesses, and the movement is just beginning, okay?
Weirdos and seekers and queers, people who have to learn the name to name the sacred on their own terms. I saw a navy blue bird flying way across the sea. I walked on and I learned later that this navy blue bird was me.
I went in, blood, smoke, and mystery, and now I'm coming outside.
I was in the presence of whatever holiness is, and I know something now about my own ability to face it.
I returned a paler blue bird, and this is the advice they gave me.
You must not try to be too pure.
You must fly closer to the sea.
So I'm walking through the desert. Sing it with us if you know it. And I am not frightened, although it's hard. I have all that I requested, and I do not want what I haven't got.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Kohenet, Serach, Steve. Thank you, Mark, for working with us, and Stuart on this Holy of Holies storytelling. We want to wrap this up and exit the Holy of Holies before we invite our community into his call, the Holy of Holies of remembering our loved ones, and before we wrap this morning up by sharing a blessing of healing and health and hope for all those of us who've come up to the Torah, perhaps for the first time, or the first time in a long time, and for all of those of us for whom this story about access denied may be opening some wounds. On this day of atonement and healing, we're here to heal. And if we don't open the wounds, we're not going to heal them. So let's heal them together. Sheberach Avotenu the Torah today, here or at home, because at some point in your life access was denied, may the first, second, and third door be open. May we each have the courage to enter where we were not allowed. May we shatter glass ceilings, walk our way through curtained-only areas. May we be brave to demand access to all the places where until recently, whatever patriarchal norms kept so many of us behind. May we walk in the footsteps of the high priests and priestesses and find the sacred inside our own hearts. May we come in and out in peace. May this be a year of fighting for democracy and dignity, for change and progress, for holiness everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Refuat haguf, healing for the body. Refuat hanefesh, healing for the mind. Think of someone right now, including you, who could appreciate a hug, a get better wish. Send them this healing blessing right now. May the doors be open to a year of better health and joy and love and access to us all. Let's take a deep breath in, and on the out breath, belt out an amen to sound across the island. Celebrated with her dads Kirk and Steve, and you're next. Not quite yet, but it's coming very soon. So come on up to celebrate the raising and the wrapping of Torah with one of our beloved families. We ask you, if you are able to, please rise. I'm sure you guys have practiced.
וזאת התורה שעשה משה לפני בני ישראל על פי הוויה ביד משה. עץ חיים היא למען חזיקים בה
The Torah is back in the ark, but the door is still wide open. We're going to be transitioning now into the Zkor, to one of the few times throughout the year we pause to honor our beloved ancestors and relatives, friends who are gone. For some, the tradition is to be outside this memorial if your parents are still alive. I want to invite the B Mitzvah RTB teens. You're invited to go back to the tent. If it is your custom to be inside Yizkol, regardless, please stay here. And folks at home, we invite you to join us in heart and body. Take a few seconds. And those of us staying here, let's find a way to be quiet and present. I want to invite our friend Jen Blyer to help us open the ark. The names of our loved ones, like the holy name the high priest discovered in the Holy of Holies, are in our hearts and on this screen, along with photos that many of us sent in. For some of us, the photos on the names might not be on this screen, but I know they're in our heart, and then we hold them all together. Some of these deaths are fresh and new. Some we've held for years. But we're here, holding it together.
In this heart lies for you a lark born only for you, who sings only to you, my love, my love, my love. I am waiting for you, only to adore you. My heart is for you, my love, my love, my love. This is my grief for you, only the loss of you, the hurting of you, my love, my love, my love. There are rays on the weather. Soon these tears will have cried. All loneliness was only for you are only my love, my love, my love.
In this heart lies for you a lark born only for you, who sings only to you, my love, my love, my love.
I am waiting for you. For ינחני במעגלי צדק למען שמו. גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות לא אירא, כי אתה עמדי. שבטך ומשענתך עמי נחמוני. תערוך לפני שולחן נגד צוריה דשנת ושמן ראשי כוסי רוויה. אך טוב החסד ידפוני כל ימי חיי, כל ימי חיי. ושבתי בבית הוויה לאורך ימים. הוויה לא אחזור. הוויה
שוכן במרומים הנוצר מנוחה נכונה תחת כנפי השכינה במעלות קדושים וטהורים בזוהר הקיים הזהירים לנשמות שהזכרנו היום לברכה שחלפו לעולמם בגן עדן תהא מנוחתם לכן בעל הרחמים יסתירם בסתר כנפיו לעולמים ויצרור בצרור הקיים את נשמתם הוויה הוא נחלתם וינוחו בשלום בשלום על משכבם ונאמר
Just last week, many of you may have seen the New York Times showed a picture of this 150-year-old banyan tree burned up by the Lahaina fires in Maui last month. But this photographer captured just the first signs that perhaps healing is possible. A few new green leaves had appeared. Sometimes we believe that we can never recover from loss. Time, love, care, community, and rituals may help those who have lost so much to heal. I'd like to invite you to bring your leaves into the room, to bring the memories and spirits of your loved ones into the chat, online, and into live space for our loved ones' souls to live in this space. Won't you take a moment to voice their names now? Madeline and Robert Lass, Irene Shanes, Esther Neiman, Seal Lass, Phil Lass. May all of their memories be a blessing as we lift their souls and spirits with the words of Kaddish together. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah be'alma divra chirutei v'yamlich malchutei b'chayechon u'vyomechon u'v'chayei d'chol beit Yisrael ba'gala u'izman kariv yimru. Amen. Yehi shmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam omei omaya. יתברך וישתבח, ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל, שמי דקודשה ברכו. לעילה ולעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דאמירן בימה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה, וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו,
הוא יעשה שלום עלינו
ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן.
May you find comfort. May you find comfort. May you find comfort in love. May you find comfort. May you find comfort. May you find comfort in love. Hamakom Yinachem etchem b'toch she'arei Zion Yerushalayim. Hamakom Yinachem etchem, Yinachem, Yinachem, Yinachem etchem.
I invite us to take another deep breath, squeeze each other's hands and hearts. May all memories be blessings. I'm going to invite us to sit as I close the ark and invite our friend Ava to come up and help us transition from this Yizkor into the last beat of this morning, which will be the Musaf.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hold it. Hello. Yeah. My love and deep compassion to all of you and all of us. On September 13th, Sarah and the rabbi emailed me to say they would love for me in my new role as a board member to make the financial appeal on Yom Kippur. I replied with 2 words. First, I said, oy, and then I said yes. They wrote back, thank you. Hopefully this will be more joy than oi. My name is Ava Schlesinger, and I am a brand new board member at Shul. What an honor, gift, and of course joy it is to stand before you in this capacity. The irony is not lost on me that when I was being interviewed for the board, I said I can do all the things except fundraising, which wasn't one of the gifts I was bringing to the table. You see, I'm a little shy about asking for money. And it's especially hard to imagine how I could possibly bring anything new to the 5,784th annual Yom Kippur appeal. But I have made a commitment to say yes as often as possible as I serve and work to repair the world. And I hope I will persuade you to say yes too. My relationship with Lab Shul began 6 years ago when we moved back to New York City, leaving a synagogue my husband and I helped found in New Jersey. This was an interesting pursuit as I grew up as a Reformed high holiday only attendee. Steve, on the other hand, grew up conservative, and he wanted to recreate the beautiful and central community experience he remembered from his childhood for our daughter and son. I was much more goal-oriented. I wanted a connection to Jewish community so that when my parents passed, I would not have to ask strangers to companion me through their ends of life and my grief. We and our children found a home and friends in our New Jersey synagogue, and thankfully my parents were both still alive when we moved back to New York. Of course, I still had this pending dilemma. What would I do when one of my parents died? How would I honor them, grieve them? Who would help me soothe my own soul? I began looking for a new synagogue in New York, and I found Lab Shul. Steve and I and our dear friends Karen and Stuart came to high holiday services that year, sitting through hours of prayer and storytelling without looking at our watch even once. That was new for all of us. And for me, there was added value. I tucked away in my back pocket the new knowing that Lab Shul offered a weekly virtual mourners kaddish. I remember thinking when someone shared about it in their own Yom Kippur appeal that my dilemma was finally solved. And one day I would be grateful to have this incredibly special community and space hold me as I navigated this yet unknown and unwelcome territory. On March 22nd, 2021, my mother's birthday, my loving father, Joseph, passed. He had lived 88 years, almost 65 of them deeply loving my mom, Janice, who is still alive, but struggling to breathe fully in his absence. Over the first year, I attended as frequently as possible, knowing that on Thursdays at noon, I would be invited to wake up to the presence of my soul as I moved from the ordinariness of my day-to-day life into the extraordinary and sacred space of Lab Shul's virtual mourners kaddish. Beautiful, beautiful Naomi, Rabbi Amachai, and so many others, including those deeply grieving like myself, held space for all of it. My mother and sister joined many times, and at moments my mother seemed to think that this circle was her personal support group. At all turns, the circle keepers loved her and embraced her and somehow managed to simultaneously see and hold all of us, even when my mom's grief was so dense and abundant we could feel it through the screens. The degree of compassionate steadfastness we were offered is how we heal the world. This is love. This is grace. This is Everpresence. For whatever reason you find yourself here, please know that we need your gifts of time, and we especially need your gifts of treasure to sustain this community. Your community. Maybe you are attending high holiday services for the first time, or perhaps it is your 5,784th. Maybe you wish to renew yourself at our weekly Shabbat worship, or you hope to deepen your Jewish literacy, soul, or spirit. I know some of you are here pursuing social justice initiatives, and of course, others will lean into this community to mark important life cycle moments, possibly by being loved and held in the magnificent virtual mourners kaddish. Regardless, please join me in saying yes. Yes, so that we can pay our spiritual leaders, staff, and artists a living wage. Yes, so that we can make our Raising the Bar, Passage, and Generate programs accessible to all. Yes, so that we can create programs like today's with both this incredible in-person intimacy and expertly produced global live streaming. And yes, so that we can continue developing resources, activities, and programs that bring Jewish traditions to life in fresh and often unexpected ways. Please consider becoming a partner or making a commitment to automatically invest every month. Whether it is $500, or $5,000, every dollar is important, appreciated, and spent with conscious stewardship. I hope taking your precious time to listen to me this afternoon was truly more joy than oi, and that you will find a way to participate in the sustainability of this most amazing, artist-driven, everybody-friendly, God-optional pop-up experimental community. Thank you and Shana Tova.
Shana Tova. Shana Tova.
That was amazing. Thank you, Ava, for joining our board. Ava is part of our Generate group. And thank you for the invitation for us to be present for moments of awe and moments of joy and co-create community together. So this is the home stretch for this morning. Musaf, as many of you know, is the extra. And we're going to just sing and pray together. For those of you who were with us last night, we invoked the high priest, Leonard Cohen, whose prayer song, Lover, 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 is part of remembering 50 years since the Yom Kippur War. And the other song that came out on the same album, New Skin for the Old Ceremony, is Who by Fire, which evokes the prayer, Unetaneh Tokef. These are the prayers in which we ask the question, will we be here next year? How will we be here this year? So as we take our time to honor time, it's really an honor to invite a dear friend, Adam Cantor, who's joining us again to help lift our spirits and lift us up. I invite us to find a way to breathe your way into more awareness. If you are able to physically rise, please do so here at home. Like it says, we're almost there. And we are here now.
בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום סוף כיפור ייכתבו בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום סוף כיפור ייכתבו
And who by fire, who by water, who in the sunshine, who in the nighttime, who by high ordeal, who by common trial, who in your merry, merry month of May, who by very slow decay, and who shall I say is calling?
וכן לך תעלה קדושה, כי אתה אלוהינו מלך, ונתנה תוקף קדושת היום, כי הוא נורא והיום, ובוא תנשא מלכותך, ויקון בחסד כיסאך, ותשב עליו באמת. אמת כי אתה הוא דיין, ומוכיח ויודע, ועד וחוטב, וחותם וסופר, ומונה ותזכור כל הנשכחו, ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות, ומאליו יקרא וחותם יד כל האדם בו.
And who in her lonely slip, who by barbiturate, who in these realms of love, who by something blunt, and who by avalanche, and who by powder, who for his greed, and who for his hunger, and who shall I say is calling?
וכל דממה דקה ישמע, ישמע, ישמע.
ומלאכים יחפזו, וכאילו רעדה יאחזון, ויאמרו הנה יום הדין, לפקוד על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו בניך בדין. וכל באי עולם יעברון לפניך כבני מרון, כבקרת רועה דרום, מה ברצונו תחת שבטו.
כן תעביר ותספור ותקמיני, ותפקוד הנפש כל חי, ותחתוך קצבה לכל בריאה, ותכתוב את גזר דינה. בראש
השנה
יכתבו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. בראש השנה יכתבו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו.
בראש השנה יכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון, כמה יעברון. וכמה יברעון. מי יחיה ומי ימות. מי וקיצו ומי לא וקיצו. מי באש ומי במים. מי בחרב ומי בחיה. מי ברעב ומי בצמא.
בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור
מי ברעש ומי במגפה. מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה. מי ינוח ומי ינוע. מי ישקט ומי יטרף. מי ישלב ומי יתייסר. מי יעני ומי יאשר. מי ישפל ומי ירום.
בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעביר את
בראש השנה ייכתבו וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו
וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. כי שמך כן תחילתך קשה לכעוס וננוח לרצות. כי לא תחבוט במות המת, כי אם בשובו מתערקות חייו, ועד יום מותו תחכה לו, אם ישוב מיד תקבלו אמת, כי אתה הוא יוצרן ואתה יודע איתן, כי הם בשר ודם.
אדם יסודו מעפר וסופו לעפר, בנפשו יביא לחמו, משול כחרס הנשבר, כחציר יבש וכציץ נובל, כצל עובר וכענן קלה וכרוח נושבת וכאבק פורח וכחלום יעוף, ואתה רוח אל חי וקיים.
By brave ascent, who by accident, who in solitude, who in this mirror, who by his lady's command, who by his own hand, who in mortal chains, who in power, and who shall I say
השנה יקדמו, ויום סוף כיפור יחתמו, וראש השנה יקדמו, ויום סוף כיפור יחתמו, וראש השנה
one of our last gestures of this morning ritual. There's so many ways that we have been telling this story today, and there's so many ways that we've been climbing inside. Incredible invitations, rocks. I've got rocks here with me.
Gravity.
Gravity, and that's where we're going. we're going towards the earth and towards the rocks. One of the last invitations for this morning is come back. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back into body. Come back. Take a breath with me. Come back. Come back. We've been reaching so far. We have gone so far out. We've gone to beyond, beyond, beyond. Come back. When we sing this Aleinu today, we have the opportunity to come back, feel our feet on the ground, feel gravity. Thank you, Rock, for being here for me in that moment. And we will touch the earth. So if you are at home, find some space, make space. If you're here in all of these chairs, you are welcome to move to the sides, move into this middle area. We will make space. You can even come right up here on this bima. There's plenty of space here. We're going to sing an Aleinu, and we will have an annual invitation to go all the way in body towards the ground. So I see my team is beginning to find space. I really want to invite you to take some space as well.
לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה, ליוצר בראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונו. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא.
Aleinu. It's on us to kneel down in humility and show up for each other as needed. And it's on us to rise when needed. So today we want to invite ourselves to rise. We've heard during these high and holy days so many invitations to be part of Aleinu. last night from our READ team about what we can do to fight racism, to open up our arms to each other with dignity and love. We heard about our environmental work, and many of us marched together to save the earth, stop fossil fuels. We keep on doing this year. We heard about Israel advocacy, and we heard about the ways of coming together when we are mourning to hold each other's hand. Today I want to invite us as a community to rise up ahead of the next election cycle and help save democracy and help make our country and this world a better place for all. We are very honored to be partnering with the Jewish Partnership for Democracy, a More Perfect Union, which is a transpartisan Jewish coalition working together with hundreds of institutions, including now us, to support, convene, and mobilize the American Jewish community in a collaborative effort to ensure free and fair elections and to protect and strengthen democratic culture. I think we'll all agree that on this day of atonement, this is something we must commit to for the sake of all of us. How do we fit in? On October 11th, on Zoom, Sam Hipschman and I will be holding space for our community to begin a conversation of finding out how we can be part of this project. We're going to look at the 4 strategic goals that this group created that are about civic learning, practice of democracy, ideological pluralism, free and fair elections. We'll meet on October 11th. It will be first of a few such sessions to see who among you, dear Lab Shul partners and friends, wants to take lead and how we can create a Lab Shul group to be part of this year-long project and beyond, so we can be there in the Holy of Holies of the voting booth and making sure everybody has access, and we can ensure the dignity and life of so many more in this country and beyond. Say it with me, Aleinu.
Aleinu.
It's on us.
It's on us.
Please be seated. We are really almost there. Sarah Sokolic, oh captain, my captain, take us to the finish line.
You know what? I'm just going to do it like this now. Shana Tova, everybody. Gemar Tov. This is the last time I'm going to be addressing you on the High Holy season before
This
the
year.
this year before the shofar blows. And we're actually doing okay on time for
us.
until the tech break. But I just wanted to just share one short confession, which will lead me into our gratitudes, which is that was the first time I ever did a full prostrate bow. Ever.
How do you feel?
It felt weird and good. And I just was, I stretched to do it physically and metaphorically, really thanks to Ben and Kohenet Steve's storytelling today. I too grew up in a traditional background. And, okay. I was an early one, thanks. Branded tissues. I was an early storyteller. I was what I like to call, with my compadre Annie Levy over there, the first pledge class of storytellers in 2003, after the founders decided it was time to grow. And I remember my week-long training in the spring of 2004, and in the 14th Street Y in the hallway, halfway through, I bawled on the floor, just like I did over there, on the floor in the hallway, because it felt so wrong, and it also felt so right. And Franny Silverman, who was the artistic director and one of the co-founders and one of our board members, found me there. And she's like, yeah, this is exactly what's supposed to happen. This is exactly what's supposed to happen. And I said to Steve, just coming off of the bima for the storytelling. I said that was exactly what it was supposed to be. So I'm just going to lean into the gratitudes by starting with storytelling, thanking you, Rabbi Amichai, for bringing that to us, because that is how this all started, and what continues to help make transformation for me and for so many of us. So I want to just thank Ben and Kohenet Steve and Mark and Stuart and you, Rabbi Amichai, who worked so hard. I want to also mention Rebecca and Austin from Rosh Hashanah, and just really make mention of those folks as I head into the gratitudes. Okay, so let's thank our composers. Some beautiful compositions. Adam, that was so gorgeous. I don't know where you are, but compositions of old and new. Oh. Compositions of old and new, and to all the artists and educators and ritualists who bring those compositions to life. There will be more and new, and if you're one of those artists that we haven't seen or heard from, come find us. I want to thank also, I just also want to call out this amazing group here. Thank you. Thank you for what you brought to us. It's not over. We have a whole afternoon, and we'll finish later. But this group has worked for months and has given really, I think, blood, sweat, and tears this time around. So I just want to acknowledge them specifically. All the artists and educators that are out in the tents with our Lab Junior teens and tweens and kiddos, thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers for making this happen. Our production crew, our friends at TPAC. There is enormous amount of work that goes into these High Holy Days, and I think that they have gone pretty smoothly, and that is because of all of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. So thank you, Mark, and your whole team, wherever you are up there in the HAVAYA world. Thank you. And to our board of directors and our teams that work year-round. There's space for more helpers. Tom, I saw you out here. You're new. I saw you somewhere. We didn't see you on the bima, so I hope that was okay. But we're so grateful you're here. And Peter and Ava, thank you for those beautiful words. And to all the old-timer board members, thank you so much. And to all the teams, really, just so grateful to work with you. Not every ED says that about their board, but I really, really mean it. Okay, I'm going to transition into some announcements. So again, you know where to find the schedule, but there is an entire afternoon of programming. We have our Raising the Bar groups that are meeting with all of our Raising the Bar leaders. We have the keynote presentation by our amazing artists in residence. Ranan, are you here at this very moment? Right, where are you? Ranan, thank you so much for your beautiful inspiration, the beautiful, so much to say, but that animation especially that visually shows us how Yud Hey Vav Hey turns into HAVAYA, right? That helped. That helped. Thank you. And you'll be here at 2:30 in this space, so to hear more about Ranan's work and his interpretations and reimagination of sacred and ancient. Then, of course, the senseis Koshin Paley Ellison and Robert Chodo Campbell will be here from the New York Zen Center for a Zen meditation. Recollect with the beautiful Kaddish group will be meeting as well. Actually, you're going to be meeting in Theater 3. We opened Theater 3 today because of the weather. So Naomi will be in that group in Theater 3. It's just where the performing arts, past the tents, the sign for performing arts says. And then the All Faith Ritual, our friend Reverend Derek and many other friends and partners in faith will be here for that. And then Ne'ilah at 6 p.m., 7:30-ish, shofar blow. Ish. And then the breakfast, for those who are joining, please just be sure to wear some extra layers. It will be a little chilly, and we are partially out of doors, so that's just an extra reminder. Let's skip to the next one, Bex. Thank you. Bex did all the slides. Bex and Marika advancing those slides like right on it. Thank you. There is life after Yom Kippur, hopefully for all of us. And so we're just going to make a couple of announcements that we haven't made yet about some things coming up next week. So Sukkot. Song Circle is happening. We have 2 events actually in Brooklyn at the Lauria Academy. The first is Song Circle with our partners at the neighborhood. Shira and friends will be joining us for a beautiful invitation in the Sukkah. If you were a volunteer here, a board member, if you volunteered your time, you'll be invited to come an hour early for a little happy hour and celebration. We may have an award ceremony, I'm not sure, but maybe because I love doing those. And then on the 8th, we'll be doing Unscrolled, which is, our Simchat Torah celebration. We unscroll the roll and we fast forward through the entire story and start all over again. We'll be meeting monthly for Sabbath Queen. We'll mostly be in Manhattan. We'll be in Brooklyn a few times. The schedule is on our website, and of course, seasonal Zen Shabbats, and many, many more. So please check our website for more information about what's happening. Just a couple of housekeeping before I finish. You are free to keep personal items on these seats if you're going to go take a walk or a break or whatever and come back. If you place a personal item, the security in this room will be open. So if you want your seat, I just recommend that you do put something on the seat because now the entire space will be open, okay? Wait, the tissues got in the way of my notes. Hold on. I think that's it. I think we've done it, and it's before 1:30, so I think we're good.
Thank you to Sarah Sokolic, tireless captain. Folks joining us online and enabling the online. We've been here since 9 a.m. this morning. We're going to wrap up with a blessing of the high priest and the high priestess. From within the Holy of Holies, we shall bless each other, that our anger will be smothered by love, and that we'll have the patience to show up for each other, even if we're a little late sometimes. Lunch is not served outside. I hope you're fasting gently if you are. And I invite you, if you're able to, get braided with each other. Come closer if you can. Rise if you can. The ancient blessing of the priests, of the Kohanim, is the blessing of peace and presence and life and love.
יברכך הוויה וישמרך.
Be blessed and protected by divine presence.
יאר הוויה פניו אליך ויחונך.
Glow in the grace of divine radiance. Face to face with divine mystery. Be present in peace.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shana Tova.
Shana Tova.
See you soon and later.